So, without further ado, the Talaria are currently continuing their journey towards the city of Port Honor, intending to be a stopping point en route to the Cobbles. The first leg of your journey had been to navigate out of the Mirage, where you had spent the last couple of days conversing with the Muradon tribe, in a hope to finding an explanation for both Aki and Fur's issues. You were only able to semi-resolve them, needing either more information or simply not having the time to fully delve into it, before you began to traverse the Mirage again, coming close to death on at least one occasion. After leaving the Mirage, you decided to take rest in a nearby gully where you were able to relax in open field nearly, and give yourself a brief wash before heading further towards the Ofra River, aiming to avoid using the main pathways until you get past Offred. At the start of the morning, you decide to follow the gully downwards in the hope that it would lead you towards the river. And that is where we left off. So, Talaria.
Yes?
You follow the water that's running down the gully at this point. The river is slow moving and relatively shallow. There's a few occasions where you do have to cross over to it, but at most, even for Fur and Mev, it's not too big of an issue. At most, only getting about waist deep. You travel for a few hours until the river begins to deepen and widen. Ahead of you, you spot a large river, maybe about 30 to 40 feet across. As you keep the river to your left, it widens more and more until it's hard to tell, but the river at its widest appears to be maybe about 80 to 100 feet. At this point, you're fairly certain that you are now on the main part of the Orpha River. You continue to follow downwards, keeping the river to your left, not being directly at the river edge due to the muddy terrain there, but enough that it's relatively close. Aki, you begin to smell the stench of decay and rotting.
Oh, no. Where's the smell coming from?
You sort of can see that while the river is mostly has a bit of grass on the sides, it starts to get a few thick reeds and such. The stench seems to be coming nearabouts from there. Still a decent distance away, but
Just to say, does it smell just like normal sort of damp rot, or is it specifically the smell of dead bodies?
damp rot is in there, but there's another smell in there of almost like rotting flesh.
Oh god.
Roll a medicine check.
Yeah. The weird sort of horrible, sickly, sweet smell. Aki will, while they're walking, will be sort of minding his own business. Maybe even making little streams of water, play around to keep himself occupied. And then people's watch. He just goes, "Oh no," and oh no, that's never a good thing. And Aki just says Aki says be on your guard, something Aki says like be on your guard, something untoward may have happened up ahead.
Any more specifics?
Apart from the stench of rot and death, none. But it's unmistakable. I sadly had to learn very quickly what that smelled like upon this journey.
I imagine we can't smell it yet. It's just Aki's
Perception.
nose.
Yeah, you can smell it. You can smell it just at the regular sort of like plant rot and such. But you can't smell the smell of the rotten flesh.
Yeah. All right.
So Aki will you see him sort of keep walking towards the distance we're going, but just he's a bit more alert now. He's no longer like splashing about in the water. He's much more sort of focused, and there's a look of dread. I don't know. There's a slight look of dread in his face as we keep walking towards the smell. So is the smell coming from like our direction of travel? So like if we kept walking in the same direction, we'd hit it.
Yes, though. Make a perception check.
Yay. Perception, right? You are. Beef. And boof. 24.
The smell is ahead of you, but a bit to your left, within the sort of clumping of reeds that you can see.
Yeah. Aki will say, oh, it dwells within that thicket over there where the banks are at its densest. How close are we to Offrim and Port Honor? I fear we may have stumbled across a dumping site for people who some individuals may wish to have disappeared.
It's a great fucking question. How close are we at this point?
Several
We're
days
still a
still.
good ways away, aren't we?
Yeah. You guys are roughly around like here-ish at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Mev shakes her head. That's maybe a little less than a week out. I'm not sure anyone would go this far to dispose of a body, especially with the water here.
No,
They
I
could
agree.
just throw it down.
Indeed. Well, I suppose I can't make any promises of what we may stumble across. And like, if he wasn't already, Aki does sort of head to the front of the pack and sort of keep smelling around and try to pinpoint where it's coming from.
Okay. If that's the case, then make an investigation check.
I don't think. No, it's not. It's not anything to do with my magic tattoo. That's survival and okay. Investigation.
Yeah, because you.
18.
Yeah, because at this point now you're actively looking for.
It's interesting that perception is wisdom, but investigation's intelligence. I suppose like investigation is more like analysis and like looking over clues and joining up dots of information.
Yeah, and essentially at this point it's like you know that there's something here, but you don't know specifically where, so you're investigating, so you're looking closer at it. Okay, so you slow down a little bit so that you can basically be on the cautious side of things. You slowly make your way nearer to the reeds, and as you sort of like look over, initially you think, I know you muted obviously, but obviously Aki, you see what you initially thought was just a log that's been sort of washed up a little bit, and then reeds have grown around it. But you actually, as you look closer, you see that it is a small wooden boat, half submerged. You can see at this point, like there's a collection, there's several flies around, but there's a heavy concentration. The part of the boat that's submerged is completely covered by the reeds, so you don't know what's back there. Boat. Okay, so Aki sort of wades in and asks the rest of you to help pull it out of the water.
All right.
Oh, actually, he stops, apparently.
Okay.
All right. The water around it is fairly shallow, so it doesn't dip too far, but I assume now you trying to pull the boat out? Ah, so you're like just removing the water out of the boat and just make it so no water comes back in. Okay, yeah. So you do that. The boat bobs up a little bit. At this point, you can see, just due to it being displaced, you do see what looks like part of a corpse. You can only see its shoulder at this point, as the rest is still covered by the reeds. Alright. Easy enough. The boat's not particularly heavy. It's not particularly large. As you pull the boat out of the water, you can see the corpse of the person. It appears to have been a human. The lower part, which would have been part that would have been submerged in the water, the flesh is bloated and spongy, whereas the parts that weren't are dried and cracked. You can see a cavalcade of insects sort of burrowing in and eating at the flesh. It's curled up into the fetal position, with its right hand curled up against its chest. The other arm dangles off the boat, completely bitten off from just above the elbow. The flies and
covers her mouth, gags a little bit.
The flies do sort of get not aggressive to the point where they're actively attacking you, but you know their meal's been disturbed.
This is. Ugh. Does it look like? I'm just gonna have to get closer to this thing. What does the cause of death look like? Is there anything apparent before she gets closer?
Um, it's hard to tell. You probably would have to take a closer look, maybe look around the surroundings. Because right now, the only thing you could see is maybe the arm.
Okay. And it's like on the shore now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Aki, when he sort of like he gets out of the water and can see it like in its fullness. He does sort of double back and go, oh my stars. And he does put a hand over his mouth and he goes pale. And he says, God, how long has this poor unfortunate soul been here?
Well, here's a quick question. Does it look like it's still in any sort of mortis?
It's the top part appears to be almost mummified.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
You don't know whether or not.
Then
Okay, fur keeps a stomach.
Mev grimaces and starts to head to the boat. It looks like it's been a while. A very good while. And she will telekinetically try to like just move the body a little bit so they can see it better.
Okay. You sort of like moving it to the side, rotating it.
You said it was in the fetal position. I would like to make it so that it's more like on its back.
Okay. You're not able to fully get it like flat on the ground, but you sort of like are able to turn it slightly. You hear the crack as some of the flesh just breaks off.
Hearing the cracks, you do hear Aki retch and double over.
Oh yeah, that rings in his ears.
Yeah. At this point, it's sort of like lying, not on it. It's lying with its back like flat against the boat. Its one hand still sort of like clutched close to its chest. The other arm appears that the joint there, doesn't have the rigor mortis per se, probably because you assume it was probably disturbed at some point.
Well, if it's been here for a time, rigor should be long gone by now.
Mm-hmm.
What? So
it's basically a giant gas sack.
Yeah. What? So basically, like the stiffness of the corpse shouldn't really be there anymore. Like the muscle should have relaxed. Yeah.
Yeah,
it should have long relaxed by what Tom's describing.
The top part is very dried out at this point.
It's starting to decompose, even like the above ground bits. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mev just takes a deep breath, and she's going to get closer to properly examine the body.
Okay, so are you like investigating it or?
Looking for cause of death.
Okay.
Yeah?
What's your how good's your investigation?
Good as my investigation, I have like a 1.
Okay, do you want advantage?
Sure.
Because Aki wants to do the same and give the body a once over as well. So he can help you out and try to figure out what happened to this poor to this poor thing.
So it's investigation, Tom?
I would say if you're trying to find the cause of what might have caused the death, yeah, as opposed to what the cause of death was. So yeah, investigation.
Okay. And then if we have to figure out what it was, I assume your medicine's higher, Aki, so then I'll help you with that.
Yeah, that's a good way of doing it.
Yeah, so investigation for clues of what might cause it, medical to see what he succumbed to.
Yeah, the prognosis. There you go, 17.
Alrighty. So you start looking around, examining the body and the boat. You find a few things. The first thing is that there is a hole on the side of the boat, same side as the bit that's missing an arm. Second one you see is a dried out water skin. It appears that it was submerged, but the cap is closed on it, and so like you open it and sort of like flip it, to try and empty it. No water comes out whatsoever. You also, as you sort of examine the body itself, you notice in the hand that's sort of like clutching, you see a bit of parchment.
Alright, since this is a fucking limp noodle, I shouldn't have trouble. With getting this bit of parchment.
Also, Meb is buff, so.
Well, I'm just saying, like, it shouldn't fight me, hopefully.
Yeah. Do not say that in case this thing comes back from the dead.
So I guess the question is, are you trying to be careful not to like damage the body?
Yeah, I'm trying
Strength
to be
check.
careful.
Like pry open the fingers, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Strength check. This is just to see if you damage the body or not doing so. 13. Yeah, no, you pry the fingers. Again, the skin sort of like cracks slightly. A few flakes of the flesh drop off, but for the most part, you are able to avoid damaging the hand too much, and you have the small bit of parchment.
Okay. Anyways, okay. I will open up the parchment and see what it says. If I can read it.
A decent chunk of it has sort of like been smudged away. It is heavily stained with, you assume, bodily fluids and damp in a few areas. You assume bodily fluids or rainwater. You don't really know. You don't really want to think about it. There is writing on the parchment, but it's far too degraded to really see. The bits, I'll just copy and paste the bits that you can see. And the dots indicate bits which you can't read.
Alright. Yeah, Mev looks through this. And she will fold it up again. And just... does she want this in her bag? She might have to take it just in case. Alright, she'll put it in her bag. And so I found this, but did I find an actual cause of death?
So you found clues to what it potentially could be. The loss of the arm, dehydration. You can do a medicine check to look closer at it.
Okay.
Tell you what, I think
I'll help you, Aki.
for a better chance, yeah, Aki will be looking more closely at like the wounds and looking at like his condition in general.
Well, here's a question. This river, I mean, obviously they were sailing on it. Is this fresh water?
Yeah, it's fresh water.
Then they shouldn't have had any trouble with dehydration.
So you can do a medicine check to see what it might have been.
Yeah, go ahead, Aki. I'm just talking right now. It shouldn't have been a problem of dehydration.
All right, Cinema
Though
Sins.
the arm may have been fucking bitten off before death.
Okay. Yeah, Aki will. While you're sort of rifling through his pockets, Aki will see if he can figure out
Well,
how
I'm
this ball
helping you right now with the medicine check.
died. I know. Advantage. Fuck.
Alright, 13. Not horrible.
Yeah. So based on the investigation plus the medicine, you do rule out dehydration. As you say, this is a freshwater river.
Mm-hmm.
But you also look at the it's clear the body's been in this position for a while. You get the feeling that the that the arm was bitten off by something, and you roughly assume that might be the cause of it, though you're not too sure if the hole in the boat came before or after.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Aki sort of relays this information, and it's like, well, judging by, well, the one-handedness and the state of everything around them, it's possible a hand was bitten off by some savage beasts. Then he bled to death in the boat and accepted his fate instead of doing anything about it. But we're not. Strange. It's. Why? Hold on. What direction does the river flow?
Southward.
Southward. Yes. Yeah, so Aki says, if he was allowed to wash up on the bank, there is a possibility this, whatever happened to this fellow, transpired further upstream, and just he travelled down here. So we can't exactly assure how long.
Can we tell it's a he?
Yeah.
Like, what does this guy look like? What race were they?
A human.
Okay.
They were a human.
Looks like it was a male.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, and Aki says, well, whatever happened to him, may have happened upstream, and he was allowed to drift down here, but was undisturbed. If you look at how he was arranged, it was a peaceful passing at the end. It's bizarre, really. Did you find anything in that note he had?
It looked like he was working with someone, but that didn't really have more information. I wonder, though, she gestures to him, the corpse. You don't think this could be the smuggler we've been hearing so much about?
As in his handiwork, or this is genuinely the article?
Him, yeah. He was supposed to be coming down this river, though I don't think this far down. And in the note, there's a little bit on the end. Kind of looks like smuggler.
Yeah, I'm guessing. Mev, did you show me when we were searching it? Did I have a little look at the note as well?
And you could have peered over while she was looking at it. She didn't expressly give it to you.
Aki does ask. He says, do you still have the note? I'd like a closer look myself.
Of course I have some note. And she takes it back out of her bag that you watched her put it in. She'll give it to you.
Yeah, she's being polite. Yeah, and Aki will read the note for himself. I'm guessing he picks up the same scraps of writing that Mev does.
Yeah, I mean, what's on the note is in the chat there.
Can he see better, I guess?
I mean, probably not, because it's just a case of just so much water damage and all the inks, so loads of the inks washed away. Having good eyesight won't fix ink that's just been washed away.
At the most, he could see like maybe one or two extra letters,
It helps
but it's
you
the same thing.
decipher things better.
Yeah.
Yeah, as at the most, it maybe shows 1 or 2 more letters, but not enough to really change.
Yeah.
Also, Kindling wants to know if there's anywhere else he can search on the boat.
You can do an investigation check if you'd like, Kindling. If you don't mind searching through waterlogged rotten flesh.
So is there anything else on the boat except the dead body? Like there's not like, you know, like a satchel or something under the seat or...
So the underside of the seat is covered with, again, the bloated rotten flesh. You can certainly check if you'd like, but that's going to be another investigation check.
Oh yeah, that's what he's doing, to be fair. Okay, fair enough.
1 second.
Yeah, it's better than not still that way. Ah, bugger. Stupid Man City. Yeah. Aki says... Interesting.
Yeah, so as I was saying, Aki, you can look under the seat if you want. You just need to do another investigation check.
Well, that's what Kindling's doing, I think.
Alright, so, or just me if you want to do it alongside Kindling.
No, I think this will be happening like while Meb and I are like looking at the note and figuring out what happened to the body.
Alright, you sort of search around through the rotten flesh. You are able to pick up a few bits here and there. You pick up you assume they were rations at one point, but at this point they are waterlogged. They've got all sorts of gunk on them, and you also pull out 3 gold coins. You don't know if there's more, but there were some coins.
Suspicious, we say, carrying several platinum. So nothing either, no rations, and even you could take care of, Kindling. Yeah, and the says, all right. So he seems to have. Yeah, does Kindling tell us about what he finds? Okay. Yeah. Saki says, right. Anything out of the ordinary? Anything that could maybe lend to who this person could be besides, you know, a standard traveler?
We could always... Did Kindling specifically check his pockets or just the boat?
I think you check the boat.
Yeah, just the boat.
Alright. Mev grimaces and she will look in the pockets and everything.
Aki seeing you like try to reach into the pockets just to be like, let me make it a bit less horrifying, and he will try to sort of draw out some of like the water that's been trapped in the pockets.
No,
like,
no.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my god.
That was dumb.
No, if you actually start to do that, Mev will immediately grab your hands. Don't.
I'm sorry.
Do you know what happens to bodies when they're like this and they suddenly deflate?
Oh, they detonate, don't they?
Yes.
I heard stories about that, but I assumed it was always a joke. Like
It's
a humiliating end for a terrible person.
She shakes her head.
Right, I will stop acting as... okay. And Aki will just put his hands by his side.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I nearly had to roll for corpse explosion damage there.
I mean,
Yes.
Aki. To be fair, Aki wasn't. I wasn't saying draw the water out of the body. Aki was trying to draw some of the water moisture out of his pockets.
See, I
So it
don't
wasn't
know if
quite
Aki could
gross
control that though.
Probably not. I mean, he has got both shape and control water as spells.
So I just don't want to risk blowing up a fucking body.
Yeah, that happened to William the Conqueror when
Okay.
he died. Yeah.
Yeah, Mev still grossed out, but relieved that it's not fucking going to explode. She sticks her hands in the pockets to look for any sort of identifying things.
All right. You do rummage around in the pockets, what's left of them. No sign of identification. His pockets are empty.
Mev takes her hands out quickly, just like holds them in front of her.
There is some of the flesh sticking to it now at this point.
Mev is struggling so much right now.
Yeah, Aki is like I guess seeing your now flesh covered hands is also feeling queasy as well, and he just sort of says perhaps you should move rather sharpish to the river.
Fuck you. Mev.
What did I do exactly?
Mev turns to wash her hands in the fucking river. Fucking
What did he do?
What did I do? Nothing. She's just stressed.
Aki does say what like a panicked. What did I do? Jenny, that wasn't just Ed. That was Aki.
Oh.
Alright, yeah, so
Okay.
you're able to wash the flesh off, thankfully.
Thankfully. Nope. No identifying features. Okay. I think we found all we can here.
All right. It's pretty thoroughly grotesque. Whoever he is, I don't know. Apart from a very badly damaged note, I would be surprised if someone as notorious and supposedly skilled at evasion and secrecy as the smuggler would meet such an end, as well as have contracts written in writing.
People
Perhaps.
die in stupid ways all the time.
Well, I suppose, yes. I was more thinking with how secretive his life it would be, and the fact we who he is, he's a smuggler, just they're a smuggler. I would be shocked that they use written documents of any kind.
Even hitmen use contracts. She shakes her hands of the water.
Well, what do we do with this poor fellow? We can't exactly leave him for the flies and the wolves, can we?
We might have to. At most, we could bury him.
I mean, if we'll help, it might not take too long. Anyone have a shovel?
Great question. I don't know if we have a shovel on hand.
For some reason, I think Havelock does. Let me check.
Of all people that has a shovel, Havelock does not surprise me.
I'll be surprised if he doesn't.
Let's see, does her...
He does not. He
Uh,
does still have the human remains, though.
Fur
course
does
he
not
does.
either.
Alright, no one has a shovel. I think Kinling had to dig then too.
Alright, so you're building a grave for this person?
Yar.
Alright, so Killing, you start digging into the ground. A few seconds later, to see how well it's done, yeah, go ahead and roll with advantage, because Kurz sort of walks by and starts helping claw the ground too.
See, you have a helper now.
Let's go with just a straight dex check.
This Pride Month?
Alright, the two of you working together get it done relatively quickly. It's not like a very deep grave, but it'll suffice for what you want to do.
Yeah, Aki will say, right, will someone at least help me, wait, how we move the body onto the shore?
Yeah, you did that before.
I know, but no, I moved the boat onto the shore, but I don't know if we actually, like, picked up the body.
Well, the body is on the boat.
Okay.
I thought we weren't going to touch the body because it'll explode.
Well, we're just going to just bury the boat, basically.
The thing is that I think, I'll say this in character, I guess. We should, move the boat to the edge of the grave and then dump it in. We can, if something happens, I don't know how particularly, she looks at the body. Because Tom mentioned that it's bloated.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of that is gas or how much of that is water. We can, at the very least, dump it in and block it with the boat.
Right, okay. Then let's go and do that then, hardly. Well, that's ceremonial, but sure. And
It's
Aki
the best we can do right now.
And Aki will start to drag the boat to be like alongside the grave we dug.
Alright, so you're just essentially going to roll it so that the body falls out?
I think it's the
Yeah.
idea, yeah.
Alright, so it's easy enough with all of you together. You sort of, just sort of, 1, 2, you roll it over. You hear the body slide out. You also hear the sound of several bits of metal on wood. And you sort of look over and see the glint of gold coins sort of fall down. As the body makes impact with the floor, it makes the sound when a water balloon pops.
Great.
Oh no.
Thankfully, though, you can smell the putrid insides. You can't see it, given that the body landed face first.
Well, that's nice.
At this point, you can see the occasional glint of gold coins, sort of mixed in with the putrid flesh. You sort of flip the boat back down. There's still a few bits of flesh that fell off, and you see 5 more gold coins in there.
How much gold was in there?
As in, like, in total.
Yeah.
You can't see how much
Upon
fell into the
observation.
you can't see how much fell
Yeah.
into the grave, because you assume several are probably under the body at this point.
Right.
Or in combination, like not including the 5 gold that remains in the boat and the 3 which Kindling found, you see at least another 13 pieces in the grave.
I mean, we're definitely not going back down for it, but
Yeah.
No.
Mev is just like, wow, how the fuck did we miss that?
You do see a
Probably-
opened leather pouch as well on the where the body was sitting. Sort of partially stuck on the side of the boat.
Hmm.
Aki will go and see if he can prize out the leather pouch.
Easy enough to do. It's just sort of been caught on a splinter essentially.
Yeah, and he'll see what's inside.
There is a further 2 gold coins that didn't tumble out.
For a humble river traveler, he was particularly wealthy. You may be correct, I fear. Merrill that we may have just buried the smuggler, or possibly maybe even someone we led to believe is the smuggler. Do you think this smuggler, even we know nothing about him, he'd be the kind of crafty person to fake his own death, wouldn't he?
If he were to fake his own death, he would have prepped more, made it more obvious that it was him.
I suppose. I mean, we are the main piece of evidence we are getting is circumstantially a handful of more gold coins than average, and 4 not quite as badly smudged letters on a note.
She nods. The note would probably be in better shape.
Sorry?
If it was someone faking their own death, the note would be in better shape.
Exactly, or there would be a collection of obviously stolen goods, or... So you think this is the genuine... You think this is the smuggler? Somehow run afoul of whatever fate was befalling him?
I think that the smuggler was said to have been coming down here this guy's relatively. Most people have something on them, something sentimental or work related.
Indeed.
This guy's oddly clean.
I didn't even think about it from that angle. Yes, you're right.
It's just unusual. That's what I think.
Yes. He has nothing but coins in a note and food. It's odd.
Not really the type of person that just met an unfortunate and on a job.
Indeed.
It's probably someone that would have had to move quickly, be
Absolutely.
unburdened.
Pack light, be unassuming, blend into a crowd.
If the body wasn't so damaged, I probably could have told a little bit more, but
Yes.
right now I only have a theory.
I wonder, Aki kind of thinks and goes, this is perhaps the longest shot I've ever drawn. But is it possible the reeds on the riverbank could know things?
You're the druid. You're free to try.
Yeah, so Aki will go, well, in for a copper, in for a gold, and do I still have it? I should still have it. Yeah, speak with plants. Yeah, Aki's going to use a little bit of speak with plants.
Speak.
Alrighty.
And then he will...
God, I hope you still have speak with plants. You should just
Yeah.
like have that on you.
I'm a druid, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Bro.
I have talk with animals and speak with plants at all times.
As you should.
I know. What else am I good for?
Absolutely.
Except,
nothing.
probably
Say it
cooking
again
some
now.
really nice vegan meals.
Alright. So, you cast Speak with Plants.
Mm-hmm.
So-
I'll go over to like basically the same thicket of reeds we found the boat in. I'll go over there and then kneel down amongst them, and then sort of softly start speaking in Druidic. Ask. Good. Is it what time of day is it?
It's coming up to the afternoon.
Oh, yes, he goes, good afternoon, my dear souls. I apologize for waking you, but to your memory, how long has this individual here and has been sleeping within this hollow tree?
Well, I'm not too sure. It's hard to tell, usually, It gets light, then dark, then light again, then dark again. Been here a while, though.
Could you tell me how many times it's been light then dark?
Even
Even it doesn't have to be precise, even if it's just a rough guess.
I lost count after 10.
Okay. Thank you. Do you know if anyone has anyone else been here and been to visit you before us
Oh,
in the same amount of time that's the tree's been here?
well, the scaly thing came by. Took a bit more of his arm. Sort of bit into the wood too.
The scaly thing. Did it come from the water?
Yeah, just sort of came up, pushed past us, bit in, bit more, and left.
So the sleeping man was here before the scaly thing came and ate his arm.
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting, very. I thank you. You've been more help than you know. And Aki will stand up, dust himself off. Try not to look at the bot. Yeah, and he will dust stuff off and head back towards the group and say, well, oddly, you'll probably be shocked to find out that, bull rushes on the side of a riverbank aren't exactly the finest conversationalists. But they did say that, the boat and the body had possibly been here for at least 10 days and nights. And the bite taken out of the arm, the missing arm, was removed post-mortem by some giant scaled beast that came from the sea. So the death wasn't
Sounds
caused.
like a croc.
Possibly, yes. So the death wasn't caused from shock or blood loss from the loss of the arm. It happened some other way.
Mev gets a little closer to the reeds. You can relay what I'm saying, right?
I don't know how well it will directly translate into Druidic, but yes.
She nods, looks to them. Was the sleeping man sleeping when he got here?
Aki bends back down to the to the reeds and says it's me again, dear fellows. Did the sleeping man rest for the entire time before we got here?
Oh yeah, you're the first things that I've seen that don't just move on, move on their own. Outside of the scaly thing, obviously.
Yeah, and Aki looks back up to Mev and in common says, well, apart from the probable crocodile, yes, he's been dead the whole time. We're the first moving bipedal creatures he's seen, or even living creatures, since the time.
Yeah, Mev nods at that. So that means there was no one else with him, correct? No one that left in that time?
Yeah, and Aki. Aki again says in Druidic, and he was certainly the only one here. There wasn't an awake person who left, or one who came before us to see him sleeping.
Nope, you're the first ones I've seen in a while.
So our sleeping friend has been alone until now.
Yep.
Yep. Aki looks up, nods at Mev and says, yes, it was just him, even before we came here, and it seems to be just him in the boat since he was a sole traveler.
Mev thinks about this for a second, thinking of anything else that she could ask.
Yeah, the closest thing we have to a witness.
Yeah.
Also, you gotta be Fraser, because I'm guessing like bulrushes and weeds on the side of a riverbank aren't the smartest things.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Ah, okay. Last question. Who was the last creature like us that you saw before all of this? Do you remember?
Right, I'll see. Yeah, Aki says, before me, my friends, or the sleeping man, do you remember the last time you saw a walking thing come by?
Wasn't a walking thing, but it was on a log. Or maybe it was a walking thing, but it just used the log. I don't know how long ago it was. I lose count after 10.
Was the log similar to the one? Did the log look like the one that was resting here?
Yeah.
I imagine Aki's relaying this to Mev.
Aki pause. Aki will pause and think himself, and then say, "Thank you kindly. You can, we will leave you be for the time being." And Aki will stand back up and relay what he learned, and say that, seems that basically that the man in the boat may have come up and down this part in the past, and possibly several times, but again in the past, outside of the frame of memory of the
It's good
read.
that Aki also came to that kind of conclusion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mev nods. Alright. I think that's probably the best we're going to get in this environment.
Yes, I think so as well. I think we just now let our green and mobile friends here just enjoy the peace and the sunlight.
Oh, I could do something really fucked up.
I mean, is Mev gonna let the impulses win?
Thing is that I don't think Mev can do it with this person with how long they've been dead.
Oh no! Do you want to say what it is? If you're not gonna do it,
The human brain is still conscious for a period of time after death. It's still functioning.
Oh, yeah, that is true. It still has a few functions that still are still firing. Yeah.
So she, with how her powers work, could actually go into someone's head when they're technically dead.
I mean,
now, the consequences of that, I don't know. But this person has been dead far too long.
I mean, there might still be one or two brain cells still clinging on. You know, a skeleton crew keeping the lights on. I don't know.
If this guy is past rigor, I think it's gone.
There's no way. Yeah, that's true. It's just a fun idea.
Now, maybe if it was like encased in ice, but just me realizing the scope of Mev's abilities.
That's so funny. It's so great. It's just like we immediately kill someone and just Mev immediately just hears, "Hey, what the fuck was that for? And why is it all so dark all of a sudden?"
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Aki will say, yes, I agree. I'm not sure. I think I think we've learned all we can. Still, he was. I suppose whoever he was, I suppose he didn't quite deserve a fate like this. We still can't piece together. Again, we still can't piece together. I can't remember. What did I find out from the medicine check earlier, Tom?
That the main culprit appeared to have been the arm.
Okay.
Which was proven false. So really, we don't know how this guy died, or when he died, or who he was.
Or he. I have a far-fetched theory to how both the arm could have been bitten off while the boat was here, and been the cause of death. What's the likelihood that it possibly the man was here resting in a barren wilderness, barren wilderness of the world, at night, slumbering in the reeds, and he had dangled his arm casually, letting his guard down over the side of the boat, and as he slept, a crocodile or other nocturnal creature sneaked up alongside and, well, did this. It might explain the condition he was in if he woke up suddenly in shock, bleeding out with a missing arm.
Then he would have woken up and probably moved. If he was this close to the shore, he would have had the ability to jump out.
Yes, he would have possibly entered a panic state of raptus where he would be running from fear regardless of the consequence.
Even if he was badly injured, that wouldn't have killed him so quickly.
No, it wouldn't have. Still, I suppose that's a mystery for the gods to piece together.
Yep. Not unless you can see the dead's past.
I think if anyone would be able to do that here in Mervellaire, it would be you.
Mev swallows at that. I don't know. I mean, I've never tried to specifically contact a dead person, someone that's been so long gone, aside from Valkyr.
I suppose, well, Valkyr is an extra special set of circumstances, isn't he? But I just know that I don't think any of us, expect even you, know the true depths of your abilities quite yet. I think if there was any remnant of the force of life and the elemental spark remaining, it would have faded away a while ago, I'm afraid. I think it might be a hopeless errand.
Mev looks at the ground. She walks over to the corpse. Not sure how great idea it is, but
because we've thrown it in the hole, but we haven't covered it over, have we?
Yep. She stares at it. She's going to try to mind link.
Okay. You reach out to try and connect with the body. It feels just like your connection's bouncing off an iron orb. It's not able to find purchase.
Does it feel like something was there, or maybe something is there that's being walled off?
Can't tell. As I say, it just feels like you're bouncing off something solid.
Mev is going to try to go a little deeper just to figure out if if there was something before. If it's gone.
Alright.
Because I can definitely feel at the very least that my mind is extending.
Yeah, so you try to reach out deeper. Doesn't give.
And it doesn't give me any more clarity.
No. And I say it's like you're trying to push up against essentially a cannonball. You can feel the hitting the surface of it. You know the mind was there, but the brain has long
attempted speak with dead.
Do you have speak with dead? No.
No.
Yeah. So
yeah, Mev opens her eyes, looks to Aki. I feel something, but it's not the connection. It's a wall. Also, you could not have cast Revivify. It's too long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, it is. I just read that.
I don't know if it's my own limits or if something's actually blocking me. But I don't think there's anything there for me to contact.
Right. Alright, yes. Interesting. I suppose we might have to think of the most reasonable answer, which is just simply the mind has gone, the brain has gone far too down the road of putrefaction for there to be anything to link with in the first place.
She nods. All right. I think that's all we can do here. We've exhausted all routes.
I agree. Well, if this is the smuggler, I suppose we've done Zamahan a favor. But regardless, at least, hopefully we've given him an eventual restful end. Aki will look to like the pile of dirt we dug out and go, right, I think it's time to place the blanket on top of him, don't you think?
What about the boat? You're just gonna leave it here, or?
I'm guessing the boat is probably rotten at this point, right? It's not actual, we couldn't actually sail in it.
The part where he
There's
was
a
at.
hole in it.
Yeah, one has got a hole on the side, and two, yes, the part which he was in is rotten because it has been submerged for a while.
Okay, yeah, Aki was to say.
And three, it's too small.
Actually, that's a good question. Hold on.
What's up?
Parts of boats are submerged all the time and they don't just rot. I imagine this boat isn't as high quality, but would Mev know how long it takes for boats like this to rot?
I assumed it probably rotted a little bit faster because water was coming in through the hole, which left a lot of the wood exposed.
Yeah,
See,
so it's more of
that's
the
what
inside.
I was thinking that too, but that still takes a while.
And the fact that I presume the currents in the river as well would have meant that it possibly could have been knocking against the bank repeatedly, which could also wear down the wood as well.
Yeah, so it's more of a case of the.
Could we tell by the boat damage how long it's been?
Do we know what kind of boat it is, Tom?
It's not even a rowboat. It's more like it's closer to a canoe than anything else. It is a very small boat. you would assume just looking at it that the person would have had to have been, if they wanted to sleep like lying straight down, they'd have to be curled up in a ball anyway. Gotta say,
Boat.
it's a very small boat.
Talk like boat. Look like people. Actually, now that the body's completely out, is there anything in the boat canoe, just from glancing at it, that maybe could have been being obscured by the body?
The coin pouch that you had found.
Just the coin pouch. Okay.
That's
cool,
the only
cool.
thing that you can see. It looks like there wasn't a whole lot in the boat.
Okay.
Now, in terms of the damage, it's hard to tell. The boat's very much looks like a good enough kind of deal. It certainly wasn't built for length of time.
Put it this way. I'm proficient in water vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
So can I tell, with the circumstances, a range of how long this would have taken?
Based on the damage on the interior, which is where most of the rotting is, anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks at this point.
Okay. And okay, it's been over 10 days, so that's already 2 weeks.
Yeah, at least 10 days. Yeah.
But the flesh is just starting to decay.
Mm-hmm.
Now I have to attribute water to that because water makes bodies fucking weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you. Yeah, essentially, you're not too sure if, like, obviously the water coming in has been a factor, but the only other thing you can assume is the times it's been sunny, just drying out the body that wasn't exposed under the water quickly.
Okay.
And they said, the read said it landed like this. So, assuming that this guy was not dead, or that he was dead when he came down here.
That's such a good thing to establish.
Yeah, he would have come up from here and might have moved down. I have to assume.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the very least, that he came from, like, what, around here?
And
then down.
Yeah, or he might, or yeah. He must have come from the big when the Offa River turns into lake, just outside the Marag.
Yeah.
Or.
And that still by boat would have taken him, I don't know, like a week.
Yeah, it would have done. Or if he was dealing with, like, rebel, separatisty, campy people, militias that are hiding in that part of that part of the wilderness around the lake, maybe, or.
Yeah. Obviously, these are just theories, but I imagine had to have at least come from up here and then landed down here.
I like true crime unsolved mystery stuff. So it's fun.
But okay, this is just all speculation right now.
Yeah.
But getting back to the body itself.
Do you think Aki and Mev in character would be getting into, like, the puzzle aspect of it?
Probably. I think they're both thinking this shit right now. But Mev.
Yeah, it's like Aki. Yeah,
shakes her head to clear it.
Mm-hmm.
We should we can cover the body up with the dirt that we used and then put the boat over it, kind of a landmark.
Alright. Also have it as... Or I suppose we could have the boat almost buried vertically, so it almost stands like a wooden gravestone. Or is it a bit too elaborate?
I think it wouldn't stay up.
Fair enough. Alright then, let's seal this fellow up and put the cap on then.
Alright.
Yeah, and Aki will start pretty much just with his bare hands to start like shoving like parts of the dirt pile back into the hole.
Alrighty.
What's Havelock been doing most of this time, by the way? I
Yeah,
haven't heard much.
Meva is gonna force Kindling and Havelock to help.
Yeah.
Chris just starts dumping dirt in like a dog.
Alright, so it's time for the look pretty, move things team to move dirt.
What's basically just like acting like that time like Zoolander worked in the mine with his dad.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Fur, you're fine. You can sit there.
Okay.
That's not in character.
I know.
I suppose. Well, I suppose we do probably need someone to keep watch in case like someone comes by and goes like, "Hey, did you murder this guy?"
Oh,
I mean, to be fair, if they did ask if we murdered the guy, he looks a little bit too bloated for a recent death.
We could have killed him like 2 weeks ago.
the killer always comes back to the crime.
Oh yeah, they do. Like that actually does happen in real life. Yeah.
False. Havelock never returned to that person he killed in like our first or second session.
Who did you kill in the first or second session?
God,
Someone.
remember the
Oh,
Eldritch
oh,
Blast to the
yeah,
neck?
at the Separatist camp when you fucking just dynamite the dude's head off out of nowhere. That was pretty badass, actually. I remember that. Yeah.
Never returned to the scene of that crime.
You haven't been back to Toe yet.
We haven't. I don't think we'd be allowed to.
We left on good terms with everyone else.
Yeah, true. Just except those Separatists. Yeah.
We could fix it.
That was fun. That was the moment that Separatist camp was literally just like Aki being like, "I don't know what I'm doing. Line my," and then realize, "Oh no, I'm really bad at this."
Alright, so we'd be moving dirt.
Mhm.
Yes. We're
Alright.
we're some dirt pushing fools. Yeah.
Alrighty. So, it takes a bit of time, but you're eventually able to get all the dirt shifted back over the grave. You do leave like a few bits where you can sort of get the boat anchored in. And eventually, by the end of it, after a few hours, you're finished with your quickly made grave.
Alright. How late in the day is it now?
About early afternoon.
Alright. Alright. Get moving, come on.
Aki whispers a few things in Druidic over the grave before he sort of dusts himself down and heads and just heads back home and goes, "Yes, we've tarried for far too long here."
Alrighty. So if that's the case, I need someone to roll a d8 for me. It was Aki last time, I remember.
So it's you.
Oh, it's Fur. Okay. Rolled a 3. Okay.
Proud of you.
So you continue onwards along the edge of the river. The sun goes from overhead to slowly begins setting. Seems that as luck would have it, nothing had shown up at all during the afternoon.
Woo.
Eventually, it begins to get too dark for you to continue onwards, and so you set up camp relatively nearby the river.
All right. Go ahead and do session at Tinker's Tools.
Aki will go to Kindling and Havelock and say, what would you two think about possibly some fresh fish? It would be a shame to not take advantage of the river. I can see if I can catch some. I do have a fishing rod with me.
But we just recently cooked fresh fish. I mean, I'm not opposed to getting more fresh fish.
We might get a fish of a different sort. You never know. That's just an idea. Yeah. In reality, I forgot that happened. Sorry, just forget me.
No, go get your fish.
No, I'm saying this out of character, bro. Yes, I could go. Fine, I'll see what I can muster. And he'll head over to the water bank, take a bit of his own personal ration, stick it on the end of the fishing rod, and see how lucky he gets.
Mev will notice you going over to the bank and just follow you a little bit.
Actually, to cheat, he will use shape water to like part the water a little bit, just to see if there's any sort. If there's like, he's a druid, he's going to cheat with this stuff, and to see if there is actually a good amount of fish like floating down by the river.
So using shape water does show some fish, which quickly scarper.
Well, it seems like there's quite a plentiful stock then, and I'll just water goes back, and Aki will will just fly fish, just like hook his like throw his line out far and see how lucky he gets.
Okay, makes a dex check.
Yay. Yay. Oh, that's a save. Hold on.
You're not proficient in dexterity, are you?
I'm not, but it's,
so it's still a 3.
It's the same as a regular check, so 3.
So you cast out your line and you wait. And wait. And wait. And wait. And wait. And wait. And God, this is taking a while. And wait. And wait. And wait. And wait. Until eventually even your patience gives out. And you pull the line back.
3 days have passed. Yeah, Aki says, yeah, just like a guy floating down the river wearing a badge saying, "Hi, I am the smuggler," just waves at me, saying, "Hey, how you doing?" Yes. Aki just goes, I really thought he sort of musters himself, saying, I really thought I had a trick there, but I may have just scared them off instead. Oh dear. And he'll sort of.
Do you want me to try and help?
Outside of somehow charming the fish into coming back here and jumping on the hook, I'm not sure what else you can do, really.
Can Mev just telekinetically grab one?
Make a
Check.
intelligence check.
Okay.
Five. You sort of look out to the river and focus. It's a splash of water, and then another one, and then another one. Each time, you're not able to grab the fish.
Yeah.
But
Ah.
but by the look of it, it's like, did it look more like as if like a phantom hand is like going into the water and like trying to grab it?
Yep.
In terms of like the ripples in the water. Okay.
Yep.
Well, I made an attempt. These fuckers are quick.
I know exactly. Also, they're probably frightened as well, so they're guarded up in general. And I mean, I could try talking to them, but I'd be asking them to counteract their own, their own
Hop
safety
on
by
my
saying,
hook so that
"Hi."
I can consume you.
Exactly. Would you accept that offer?
Depends on what they meant by consume, and if the person was cute enough.
What? So like you would be rather. So what? You'd be like they prefer you to like saute you or like parboil you or what? Wait. Have you thought about like a specific method you like to be cooked, Mevelair?
Not at all what I was talking about. Oh dear.
Wait. You mean like?
She.
Wait. You mean like? Wait. Are you referring to like a sort of a kind of lingus-y thing?
At least you finally got that.
You know, I really should have learned by now that no matter the topic, no matter the situation, chances are you will be talking about some kind of nocturnal activities.
Do you think sex is only for the night?
I don't think about sex at all, Mevelair, thank you.
I didn't say do you think about. I said do you think.
I'm sure it does.
Like,
I'm sure it does. But
if you saw it, I don't know. If you believe that the sun set in the east.
Yes.
That kind of thing. That kind of thought.
What? So just being wrong?
No, like there's a difference between thinking about something, like having it always be on your mind, and just believing something to be true or not.
So you think it's a matter of I don't have strong enough faith to believe that people have sex during the daytime? That perhaps needs to be a tenet of a religion I subscribe to? I mean, it's clear that you're a devotee.
She grins at this. I mean that you seem very close-minded, inexperienced, vanilla.
What does? And Aki just genuinely looks confused, and says like, "It's never been a passion of mine, Mevil. I've never felt the need to investigate further than knowing it exists, and I didn't know it was connected to flavorings."
Vanilla means you're innocent. Or average. She sits by him.
Am I about to have the birds and the bees?
I don't think you need that.
I said that in character. I said that out of character.
Okay. You seem to think of sex very mechanically.
Well, it's just you put something inside another thing, rub it around a bit, and then people have fun. Isn't that what it is?
I guess if there's no feeling behind it,
Well,
if you don't care for it.
well, that's the thing, Mevelair. It's not like I hate intimacy or physical touch or connection. It's just that the whole business just isn't quite for me, really. It doesn't interest me.
I have a bit of a different perspective. I relate in a way that sex is just sex. But I find it to be an art.
So you think I see it as a science?
Yes. I think there's something beautiful and fun about it. Kind of like a dance.
I can see that. I suppose in the same way that there's there's sort of you have a dance partner. There's a certain level of choreography and decorum and way things are done, different styles. There's sometimes an audience.
See? You get that.
I mean, I can see it from your point of view. Doesn't mean I hold the same perspective. There.
I'm not asking you to.
Yeah, my mind's not. I might be set in my ways, but I'm not completely closed off.
This is just the discussion between friends.
Yes. About
You just seem to take it very mechanically and seriously.
well, yes, isn't it the whole point of like relationships and people being together is the idea that they get married, devote themselves to each other, start a family, fire out babies, continue the family line, all that sort of thing. Isn't that the whole?
Can't the conversation just be a conversation? In the same way sex can just be sex?
Well, I suppose it depends on the sort of conversation, but eventually people get their cankers up about beating around the bush and just want to get to the point of the matter.
I guess if you were someone else. Not me, though.
Wait, sorry, you're going to crack a little bit there.
I guess if you were someone else. Not me, though.
I trust, having a few little Mevelairs running around is exactly priority then.
Oh no, definitely not. I don't really have any intention of having anything like that. I mean, I'm still amazingly young.
I knew people.
But-
How old are you, Mevelair? I don't think I've ever asked. Wait. Sorry. You don't have to. You don't have to answer that. I just. It's incredibly rude to ask a lady her age. I apologize.
She smiles at you. I am She thinks about it and how much time has passed. 18 and a half.
That is young, but not. I think I heard of a few people back home who got married that young, started a family that young as well. Usually for like family security reasons, as in making sure that a property held and titles were retained as securely as possible. Petty alliances between things signed by marriage, that kind of thing.
Do you plan on getting married? Having a family?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the future holds. I'm not. Maybe not a family, and I suppose I don't have the pressure, I suppose, to make one. My brother has a bright young daughter about 3 years old who's essentially been set in stone at the moment to be like the heir to the family fortune, which I'm governing in her stead. As my brother is too infirm to run the business properly.
Do you want to have kids? Do you want to be married at some point?
I don't know how good a father I would make, and frankly, I don't know how or even who. In the vaguest of terms, there is something of a level of pride and satisfaction I get by starting a family, but I don't know how well the pragmatics would work out.
I want to... I don't know. I want to do this for as long as I possibly can.
Sit on a riverbank and talk to a brick wall?
I want to travel with friends and do important things. I like this. And frankly, I feel like any sort of marriage or children or anything would get in the way of that.
I suppose.
I've already said to have Locke, kind of a whole friendship thing. If we're like 40 and aren't with anyone, blah blah blah, we'll be together. But
I'm trying to, in my mind, figure out what gay rights are like back in NASA. With this question, with this talk.
Yes.
How is acceptance of homosexuality in NASA?
They don't particularly care.
Fair enough.
They're full of elves.
Yeah, that is true. Elves are a bit more go with the flow. Yeah, so yeah, Aki, yes, but so Aki does say, can I be honest? I couldn't begin to even imagine what I really want. I can see myself settling down, enjoying a comfortable life back home, but secretly dreading the misery of my job, or living out in the wilderness here, traveling with friends, or constantly enjoying myself, but always knowing that death could be just around the corner, or I don't really know if I'll even live long enough for that to be for these thoughts to be more than thoughts. But at the moment, I'm sort of playing it moment by moment, as I sort of follow my own path down from meander to meander. But I think if there was ever the opportunity arose where I found an incredibly important person who I truly couldn't live without, perhaps in the abstract, a family of my own would be nice. Although I always relegated myself to more of an uncle role than a full-on father. You see, it's not... I suppose with the people I tend to find myself attached to, it's not exactly easy to have children without a form of adoption.
She raises a brow. What does that mean?
Well, it means that it's few and far between, but it so happens that the only people I've felt romantic attraction with, Sigmund Freud doesn't exist in this universe. I can't make that reference. Like romantic, sentimental, like I want to be, as long as I'm by themselves, no matter what we're doing, I'm happy sort of situation.
Mm-hmm.
Has only happened with other men. So I don't know if that means I can't have that attraction to a woman, or I'm locked into just specifically one of my own kind. Off the evidence I have from my own self, I have to assume that will be the case forever. And I suppose back home I don't have to, outside of just the minor annoyance of, oh great, no, one less person hopefully bringing heirs to the family, and the slight social stigma. They don't really, it's not actively demonized essentially, being romantically linked to someone of the same gender, thankfully. I hear it's different elsewhere, but at least in Nazra they don't think so close-mindedly about it. But still, it's treated as a bit of an other, and I think my parents were more annoyed that it was off by my last one I told you about. Do you remember I told you about that stable boy?
I remember.
I think my parents are more annoyed at the fact that it was with a member of the staff rather than a man, another man. So
She nods. She's thinking of what to say. Sounds like you're still figuring yourself out.
yes.
That's okay.
How just out of curiosity, how old do you think I am?
Early 20s?
Okay. You're close to the mark. 23.
She nods.
I don't know. I just imagine perhaps I may have come across like I was a bit more mature and set out in life, but I really am just scared and befuddled and aimlessly groping my way through this like anyone else. Like all of us, really. None of us really have anything sorted out, from what I can tell, at least.
We're all pretty apparently young. I'm
surprised we get trusted with the jobs we have to with our level of experience, frankly.
So, You say the last one. Does that mean you've been romantically attracted to other people before?
I think so.
You think so?
There was I remember growing up, I think I started feeling attached to one of my close friends when I was in my teenage years. I must have been 14, 15. And it was a case where I felt hollow without being around him. We had the same tutor, but he was from another family. I think his family were magistrates. They didn't work in trade like we did. And I remember him and I were talking about our friendship and where we were, and I felt a great feeling well up inside me, and I tried to go for a kiss, and he pushed me away and said that perhaps it was better we never saw each other again. I heard rumors from other mutual friends that he was spreading some fairly spurious slander about myself based on that, and I decided that I hated him, and I wanted nothing to do with him again. And I essentially resigned myself off from feeling any way about that someone again. And then, well, last year I met the stable boy. I talked to you about, and then I kind of.
She nods.
But that was close, and maybe a few other random cases of hearing stories of particular admirable people and brave, kind-hearted souls who give themselves up for others, and I don't know where the admiration and the longing cross over exactly, if that makes sense.
Yes. I
don't know if
I'm
it's all making any amount of sense to you. This feels almost just like the ramblings of a man who doesn't even he can't tell his own shadow from his reflection.
It's fine, Aki. Rambling is fine. I just am a little surprised.
Surprised how? I know I'm standoffish and shy, and potentially I put up masks and walls, but I suppose I'm not a warforged. I'm flesh and
Mev
blood.
frowns at this.
Is that what you meant? Or?
No, her mood seems to have dampened when you said something like that. I just thought you were a little bit more like me. That's all. Feelings that I've talked to you about.
Yes.
Growing up, I have seen people in love have relationships with each other. It's obvious that Havelock, with that fucking eye patch, clearly felt something. But I mean, my friends with other people, my mother with women. I watched all that, and I've never felt anything with anyone. It's always just been for fun. Even if I said that I did sometimes, which was evil in my case.
So you've never,
I didn't feel anything.
so you've never felt yourself. You're someone else, you know, the countenance of someone else, or the idea of being with them, spinning in your mind, no matter how firmly you try to push it out. You don't suddenly find yourself infatuated, obsessed with someone else.
I felt the heart swelling with you, but with other people, I know what other people think about me, how they feel about me. Without even looking in their heads, I can tell by the simple way that their pupils dilate. And when I feel that shift in the tides, at first it's a little amusing, it's kind of cute. But then I just feel awkward and burdened. Like, I can't possibly understand them.
So you feel almost a sense of obligation when it comes to entering a relationship, because you assume that they feel the same, and you try to, and because you're judging it based off someone else's assumed feelings.
No, I know I'm right. I'm
Oh God, I forget you can literally read people's minds. That's true.
She nods. I know I'm right about other people being in love with me. I do it because, or I get into a relationship because it's not only to protect their feelings, but to experiment, see if something will be different. It never is, though. They are infatuated, and I have a toy for a while.
If there wasn't that expectation that you had to match someone else, would you think you would feel as if, I mean, there wasn't the establishment that, with thinking you want to copulate, that there has to be a deep sentimental attraction and that matches it in kind? Would you feel like something was missing, or is it just who you are?
I don't know.
That's quite a complicated question.
I feel like if it was the other way around, if I was interested in someone, and then they somehow became interested in me, I'd immediately run.
So, essentially, back when you first admitted you had certain feelings for me, if I if I decided to make an about face and confess my undying love as well, how do you think you would have reacted?
I think I said before in that conversation, I would have told you no. I would have said something like, we just aren't in the place for that, or whatever bullshit. But in truth, I'd be running away from you.
I'd expect. I'm trying to. Sorry, I'm trying to. Yeah, Aki just sort of looked deep in thought at the moment.
Trying to figure out what the fuck is wrong with me.
That says, no, and well, no, I'm not. There's nothing wrong with you in the same way that there's nothing wrong with me for feeling the inverse. It's just who we are as people.
I thought I was a warforge.
Really?
That's what you said, right? What, do you think I'm a warforge?
No.
Yes, that's exactly what you said. You asked that question. If I thought you were a warforge. For
No, I meant
not
I
having feelings.
I was trying to figure out how, when you said you were surprised to hear the stories of my romantic feelings in the past, I thought maybe you may have assumed that I just didn't feel attraction to anyone at all.
Mev looks at you like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Ah, well, I suppose. No, that is what you were saying. Yes, that's right. I suppose in a strange way, we are pretty much two sides of the same coin in an odd manner. So I think there will be. I think if it genuinely is, it is how you are, of how you are, of how you are, is that it's part of your internal chemistry. I don't know how to say it properly. Or if it's coming from a place of fear, or the idea that maybe you're unworthy or undeserved to enter that kind of reciprocalness, then I suppose that could be something that might need to be addressed. But if it simply is just who you are as a human being, as a person, then simply that means that perhaps the road to finding your own specific kind of happiness might be on a slightly less beaten path than others. And there's nothing wrong with that. Well, to be fair, my road is exactly the same.
You know, I feel like you might have answered this question before, but I can't quite recall. Have you had sex before?
How do I explain this? Without getting too shocking.
You could just say yes or no.
I think in terms of what most people say, I think the closest we got to was foreplay. I think
So
I
no.
think in a similar way that you felt like you had to like obligate and like force yourself into feeling romantic with people or feign that affection. In the same way that I would try to force myself into trying to be into it, into feigning excitement in that regard. And at one point I realized I'm just not that good enough. And I said, I'm sorry, it's no fault of you, but it's just not something I'm interested in. And he took it a bit personally, of course, but I think we had a talk. I think he might have been perhaps thrilled, but I think he understood in his own way, or understood enough at least. So I've trust me, I've attempted.
So you've made an attempt, but not really successful.
No, it's why I know it's just no. It's just
Then
really, it's just nothing.
where does it border?
What do
I
you
mean, sex is really just really intimate affection. Do you not like any kind of physical affection?
Interesting. I like intimacy is fine. I'm like being next to someone, feeling their embrace, the smell of their the touch and smell of their skin, the texture of their hair. But I suppose it's just, I don't know, the line kind of crosses to where it enters that kind of bestial, carnal, to steal a thing from sort of the quite cheesy literature that I think you're into, sort of like the bodice rippingness of it. It's something that I don't quite agree with. I don't appreciate sort of the loss of senses and the sort of uncontrolledness of it. It's just something I don't like, basically, and it's just something that it's a part of me that I don't like, and it's a part of it that I'm not interested in. Essentially, it doesn't. The idea of losing inhibitions in that way and seeing someone as that kind of object of that sort of desire just doesn't quite fit in with who I am.
It doesn't have to be that, though.
Isn't that what sex is, though?
No.
It is,
It
though.
can be something close and intimate, and while you're right about the lack of control, you'll always lose that. It can be about pouring yourself into each other.
Can I roll insight?
Sure. What are you inciting?
I want to figure out if Mev is like, if this is like Mev is seeing this as like a leading conversation.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Seems like this is because Mev's not trying to deceive you in any way.
Okay.
Seems like Mev is simultaneously explaining another side to you and also seeming to lead into something.
Okay.
Obviously, you know that she's not going to force your hand or anything.
No, of course. What were we talking about just before this?
Mev was talking about how it doesn't have to be like a weirdly bestial thing.
Oh, no.
It can be very, very intimate.
I trust me, I understand that. It's just no, it's just not really something I don't know, it's just sort of a mental block, basically, of just I'll get up to that barrier and then no, it's sort of not a thing I'm interested in, if that makes sense. There's still an amount of I don't know, it's strange.
She nods.
I don't quite understand it fully myself. I just know that it's not something I'm into, and I kind of leave it at that most days, really. I don't try to.
I mean, at this
point...
point, it's obvious that that's not really what you're into. She is smiling. She just kind of rolls her eyes at your silliness.
Now, Aki will sort of crack a smile and say, "Hey, what was that for?"
You just take everything so seriously. It doesn't have to be serious.
You act like life isn't a serious business. It's who we are and what we do is the most important thing we are. It's what life is. Life is supposed to be serious.
Life is supposed to be whatever we fucking make of it. And she sits up more properly and leans into you. Maybe your problem is that you take everything way too seriously. You never let yourself just have fun. It doesn't have to be barbaric. It doesn't have to be mechanical. And frankly, it doesn't even have to be intimate. It can just be something you do.
Again, I am capable of having fun and enjoying myself, Nebula. That's not the point here. And I fear that's not what you're leading to either. You're not suggesting that we sort of we go to the manicured garden. We go or we start a book club. I imagine that's not where you're going, Nebula.
I'm going. And she thinks about it. I'm saying that we can do whatever you want. I'm saying that you just don't have to be stressed out about it. Again, conversation is a conversation.
That's my secret, Cap. I'm always stressed out.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, but and then so he goes, Aki, you do see Aki tense up a bit, but he doesn't sort of make an effort to like move away and like reclaim his personal space. And Aki says, Mevela, I understand that fully. Don't doubt that, but in a certain way, I really don't know. I know it's certainly a friendship with you and a companion, and to keep in this outdoors expeditionary life. But from that, in terms of the finer nuances, I really couldn't begin. I couldn't begin to fully write out the rationale.
Okay. She leans back and she takes her shoes off. She's gonna stick them in the water. Her feet, not her shoes.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Guessing that feels nice.
Maybe the croc will come back and bite off my toes.
That's not something you're also into, is it?
Now who's thinking about sex?
It seems whatever you have, it's contagious, man. And Aki will say, "Right, fine." And he'll also, I suppose, a less sort of like devil may care than Mevela. He will carefully take off his boots and socks and, like, foot by foot, put his feet in the water as well and sort of splash about a little bit.
Yeah, she smiles at him. Did I scare you?
I mean, there was a moment where I thought you were going to be more forceful than you were, and I suppose actually are in reality outside of my own fears, but because I'm not daft enough to know that, you know, a fire dampened is a fire extinguished. But yes, he just started me a tad, but I think I'll be fine. Yes, I'll be fine.
None of that came from how I feel towards you.
Really? I thought that's the whole point of you talking about. I thought that you saying how important sex is to you, and then challenging me on my conceptions of it and my aversion to it. I thought that it was leading towards you. I don't know. I thought that's where this was going.
What, propositioning you?
Yes, or perhaps even taking initiative. I don't know. Never.
You're right, it was a proposition, but none of it had to do with my feelings. It
It had to
was
do with your-
more of a, if you want to experiment with other types of sex. And that's not what you're into, or if you're not interested in that kind of experimentation, okay. But none of it was romantic.
All right. Well, I appreciate the offer and the thought towards my self-discovery, I suppose. I don't know quite what to say, to be honest.
Don't really have to say anything, I mean. Just want you to know that it really wasn't that deep. As you commonly think things are.
Yeah, but they often are, aren't they? Everyone has ulterior motives and true hidden thoughts they don't and hidden thoughts they never show. It's just part of being people.
Want to know what my ulterior motive is?
I don't know. You've never sampled half-orc before? I don't know.
Oh, please. If I wanted a half-orc, I could just go down the port like we are right now and find one.
That is true.
It's like you said, helping with your self-discovery. I mean, I have helped a number of people find themselves in various different ways.
Or find specific parts of themselves.
I mean, I have
How many-
made girls figure out they like girls,
How
guys
many-
figure out they like guys. You know?
What's your record? How many? If you think back, how many flowers do you think you plucked?
Flowers?
Don't make me say it, Nevla.
Um. So, are you asking my body count or how many virginities?
I was more asking the virginities. It seems like, from the way you were talking, that it may be something you've done frequently.
Oh, yes. She thinks about it. But to be fair, people don't have to be virgins to discover themselves. She starts to count on her hand, and it keeps going for a little bit.
Did she run out her fingers?
Oh yeah, it loops back around for a second.
You do see, like,
Say,
literally, as you're counting on your fingers, Aki's sort of face just gets more and more sort of like a mix of like puzzlement and concern.
over, if we're talking just about flowers, a little over 20.
Right. I mean, frankly, where do you even find the time? I was just wondering, frankly.
I mean, you meet a lot of people at port.
I suppose. But it didn't get to the point where it's almost started a reputation, has it? I feel like it wouldn't be
Probably
something.
a reputation with the nymphs, but no one else.
What about your what? And is it something that's is it something that's trickled back to your mother in sort of a way that's damaged her standing?
I never did anything that would have embarrassed Mama. At least not publicly.
Even just from just idle gossip and rumor.
Well, you have to remember that pirates are kind of not very prudish. We're
No, imagine you're not.
promiscuous.
Yes, I suppose. I mean, there's there's not a story of a pirate hero without mentioning having a girl in every port and a few boys as well.
Well, with that kind of culture, you don't really have shame with it. It's more of a boastful, prideful thing.
Oh, interesting. So it's not so much. So in a way, it's almost like not so much like buying or like inheriting a piece of land, more conquering it.
If you want to put it so vulgarly.
No, I was trying to frame it in a way that I could sort of understand the motivation. There's a certain pride to having a high, what did you say earlier, body count?
Body count. Now, if we get into just body count instead of virginities,
Are we hitting Mevalair? Are we hitting triple digits?
she thinks about it for a second. I actually rolled the number for her too.
Miss Gatlin, you're 18. What?
No, not yet.
How close are
Does
we?
he actually say you're 18?
She's 18, isn't she?
Yeah. Does
Yeah.
does he actually say that?
He sort of like mutters it to himself. I don't know if you'll pick it up or not.
I mean, they're right next to each other.
Yeah, that is true. But Aki
She...
Aki thought he just thought it, but he actually was just more out of like the shock, the rank scandal of it. He might have accidentally verbalized it without knowing.
I admit some of these things were underage. Not everyone, suddenly becomes an adult and is like, oh, I like sex now.
Understandable, I suppose. Yes, it's not like a switch in your mind. Yeah.
I will say, until this point, it was always with people my age.
Right. Okay. I suppose that makes it all right.
Hence the number of
in the pirate
virginities.
logic, I suppose. Yeah, okay, fair enough. But that can't be healthy. Do you not have to constantly be at the healers, making sure that you get curses removed and you don't have any ailments?
I always make sure that people are clean before.
What, even at sea? I suppose you don't.
Well, I mean, at sea, I only had 2 people to interact with, quote unquote.
Yes, I suppose that it's not exactly. There's not many private spaces, I suppose.
There also weren't many girls my age there.
But boys your age?
There aren't any boys on the nymph.
Oh, I forgot it's a all-female crew. I forgot.
That's right.
I forgot. I suppose it's smart. Make sort of suddenly having a baby appear out of nowhere make a bit easier.
Well, my mother also just isn't a huge fan of men and wanted to prove them wrong because they have this big thing about women can't be pirates, and she's also kind of a huge lesbian, so.
So are we talking distaste for men as in doesn't want to go out with one, or will slit the throat of the next one she sees?
Can't it be both?
Not when I might end up meeting your mother in a few days.
You'll be fine.
Will I though? Hello. Oh, hello, Mama. This is Aki. He's a boy I'm really close with. It's like,
Don't do the voice.
like, I know it needs work. I'm sorry. Come on. You've probably heard like worse voices. It's not bad.
Would you like it if I suddenly talked like you?
I don't know. I've never heard you try to talk like me.
She thinks about this. She looks a little embarrassed.
I mean, to be fair, it's easy. You sort of just like put your chin on your chest, try to speak as low as you can about like accounting, I suppose. And use literally the fanciest words you can think of, even if they don't make it.
Okay, well now I'm just embarrassed because I know it's going to be bad because of how thick my accent is.
Oh, because I've never been embarrassed in front of you. Or in front of the people here.
You kind of talk. How do I think about it? Oh, Mevele, don't do that. I can't do it. I know I can't do it. I don't even know how you move your mouth the way you do.
You're getting there. That's not too bad.
I could. She's thinking about it very hard. She shakes her head. Anyways, about my mother, instead of, humiliating me.
You're talking to the man who's literally called Piss Boy.
Yeah, sorry, that was my fault.
Wait, what? Wait, what was your fault?
I'm sure that Mama will like you very much.
No, go back. What was your
Uh-huh.
fault? What, you said something... Wait, you said... Wait, did you make me piss myself? He sort of like whips his feet out the water and goes, Mevele, did you make me piss myself?
How deep is this water?
The bank is shallow,
Yeah?
so even though it's probably deeper further in, it's relatively shallow for a decent distance.
Mev hops in. If she can walk.
Aki will jump up. Aki will jump up and say, you can't run away from consequence, Gatlin, and will use control water to basically, or shape water, whatever the cantrip one is, to basically make the water arc around wherever she steps, and then start running after her.
Mev runs through and she cups the water with her hands on the sides and just splashes it at you.
Okay. At splashing back, you when you turn back around to see splashing back, you see that in front of you at about you see the ground like around where you've sat, around where you are, start turning into ice.
That's fucking mean. Oh,
I mean,
do I have to roll like a dex?
Yep.
Aki's taking his time with it, and so it's not like immediately turning, but you can see like the water suddenly gets a bit you feel the water suddenly gets suddenly colder.
Okay. Cool. Shit. Yeah, Mev, when the ice form slips on her ass.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Aki goes. Oh, and yeah. Aki says like, oh gosh, I'm so sorry. And he will
Fuck
sort of.
you! And she splashes you more.
You see what in the water looks like a sort of vague approximation of a hand rise up and lightly slap you in the face.
Oh, hey!
Listen, I have more fancy tricks with water than you probably have follicles of hair. I can be here all day.
Are you sure about that?
No, I'm not. I mean, have you seen your mane? It's frankly ridiculous.
She slowly gets up and she's gonna push you.
Is this also a little bit cheaty if when you push me, I feel myself fall back, but as I do, I'll wrap a vine whip around your arm and pull you as well?
If you're holding the control water spell, I don't think you can.
No, I'm not using control water. The bit before was shape water, the cantrip.
I see.
And
Is
Vine
that
Whip also.
concentration?
I don't think so. I think it's just like an action.
Okay.
It's like Druidcraft or like Prestidigitation, where it says you produce an effect, basically.
Okay, so you pull her where?
Basically, because she pushes me back into the water.
Yeah.
And so as I'm falling, I shoot out a Vine Whip, wrap it around her arm, and put her in with me.
It's a good thing that she has Cloak of the Mana Ray. Yeah, you pull her in with you. She looks oddly comfortable for where she is.
To be fair, underwater, you look, and Aki is just beaming from ear to ear.
Yeah, she smiles. Her hair is kind of floating everywhere.
Yeah. I think like at that kind of this game of one-upmanship, Aki will shoot back up to the surface, do like a proper like eye candy like hair back flick as he does to get the water out of his eyes, and then sort of say like
You pull her up with you.
he'll sort of flick his way up, and then he will reach a hand back in to offer to her.
Yeah, she takes it.
Hey, see, I am capable of fun and japery.
She with her, she takes like half of her hair and pulls it back, and then the other one.
Oh, nice, and there's and like wrings it out.
Yeah.
Right, fine. I'm just thinking, what would be a really fun entrance into camp? Because I'm getting cold now.
Come on, it isn't that cold.
What time of year is it again?
It's autumn, essentially.
Oh,
essentially
okay.
October.
Yeah. And Aki goes, well, I mean, you're literally used to being in the frozen ocean.
I guess that's fair enough. I think it might be surprising to everyone else that I'm sopping wet.
I mean, if you want to explain it, you could walk back to camp, with carrying a crocodile on your shoulders.
I might be strong enough for that. She looks around and continue.
No, Aki, hold on. What challenge rating is crocodile?
You can turn into a crocodile. It's like what, 1/2?
Yeah.
Oh, that could be 1/2.
And I think it's literally an example they give.
Okay, and then so while you're looking around at the bank, as soon as you turn back to Aki, he's gone.
Don't do that. Oh my god. Mev takes a sharp breath. She's going to look under the water for a second.
You see what I imagine it would look like if an alligator was smiling, and you
TikTok
see
croc, okay.
And yeah, pretty much. But the it's not usually like the deep green that a crocodile skin often is. It's more of the blue. It's more sort of the green, grey, blue of Aki's skin.
Yeah.
And he has, and the croc has the same color eyes as Aki. Like it's sort of like an amber. It's like an amber brown.
Mev very clearly moves to like, she raises her fists up. It seems like she's about to fucking slam down on your nose until she realizes that it's you.
Yeah. You do see suddenly just the smile from the alligator face drop, and he and like a scale, like a scaly palm reaches up to you.
Yeah, she Yeah, she can breathe underwater with this, but I don't think you can understand her very well. There's just bubbles coming out of her mouth, and
What? Actually, no, I can. I think like, hold on, can I lip read?
oh yeah, you can.
You can,
I'm
yeah.
pretty sure.
Yeah. I've got observance, so I'll be able to read your lips.
Don't do that. I almost fucking killed you.
You just hear sort of like growl. You just hear like a mix of growls and hisses.
She still bops you on the nose a little bit.
You hear Aki again. Well, the Aki dial.
It's an Aki dial.
It does sort of like he sort of like steps back a bit and like falls back a bit in the water, and you see him almost like have a like whine like a dog and like try to reach for his nose.
Come on, it didn't hurt that bad. She
You hear a sad hiss, and you hear a sad hiss, and his head bops up and down.
all right. So, you want me to carry you out?
You get another nod.
All right. She will go ahead and take Aki out. Lead him back to camp.
Actually, how heavy would Aki be?
Fairly heavy. Crocodiles
Yeah,
are large.
you'd have to do a strength check, I think.
Well, yeah, I assumed so, but
Because I imagine, like, the way I'm picturing it is Mev is like fireman's carry.
I was thinking like on her shoulders.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Not like one shoulder, but like both.
Oh yeah, across their shoulders. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking pretty fucking badass, actually.
So strength.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. There was fireman's carry in wrestling. Yeah.
What the hell, Mev? Okay.
So
Yeah,
you...
it's hard to do in the water.
Yeah.
Aki will having you struggle. Aki will just look up to you, do like a quick hiss, and then we'll start walking towards the shore.
She pushes you nonetheless, just a little annoyed. But yeah, she will head up to the shore, and I think she'll try again, perhaps with Valkyr's help, to actually get you up there, because she got small shoulders.
Okay. So you summon Valkyr.
Yep, just to help her get him up, because that's the real battle.
Yep. So...
roll again with advantage.
yeah, sure.
Come on, Mev. You're amazing at strength. Come on. Stop it.
You sort of are able to get it up mostly, but the fact that your center of gravity's
God damn it.
been massively changed.
You know what?
You sort of...
Valkyr can just help me carry.
Okay. So you do go tumbling, and you sort of go up there. Valkyr's like, would it not be better if I did it? I have broader shoulders.
Just help me carry.
Okay.
Aki's a fat ass.
Another strength check with advantage.
I can carry up to like fucking 500 pounds. This is ridiculous.
You do hear a particular sharp sounding few hisses and growls when you call him a fat ass.
I'm sorry, say that again, Tom.
Another strength with advantage. To answer your question, Kindling, no, this is just more for flavor.
Yeah.
Fucking 15. Thank fucking God. Like, I was about to start doing a bunch of test rolls. Because I'm fucking sick of this.
Yeah, so you're able to get Aki over your shoulders again. And essentially, Valkyr's just holding Aki's tail. Then every time you start sort of like leaning, he sort of like gives it a bit of a push in the opposite direction.
Awesome. See, it's your tail. We just need to cut it off.
So you make your way back to the camp. Everyone else who's been doing whatever, come back, turn around to see Nev and Valkyr carrying a very large crocodile. That was on Iraqi, though.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Look what I found.
Did you find the arm in there? Maybe a hand?
I haven't checked yet, but he's pretty heavy. Maybe we need to gut him. She grins at Aki.
Havelock just instantly pulls his 2 daggers, one from each boot. Okay.
Wait, is it still alive?
That's no better.
Mev leaves that one up to Aki. How is he gonna behave?
Aki. I think Aki's gonna just try to go as limp as he can, and play dead, basically.
Yeah.
So basically, you start to feel like him, like he's sort of like. I think from where you are, you can probably hear his heart beating pretty quickly.
Yeah.
His clock heart, but he's sort of like trying to be as still as he can.
She tries to set him down gently with Valkyr.
Righty.
Oh, fuck me. She says in your head, Aki, first person to get near you, scare the bejesus out of them. So, who's gonna do it?
What's your request, Kindling?
I will say I'll hold an action to do a telekinetic shove on anyone that, like, might attack Aki in retaliation.
Okay.
I would like to do that initiative roll.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Ooh.
Wait. So does that mean that
They're
the
running.
natural 20? What? Take
No,
precedence there?
Havelock still got the higher amount.
Ah, rogues.
But
He's not even a rogue.
He's not even a rogue. He's just Havelock's just got high dex.
He's got high dex. Yeah, fair enough.
I'm just built like that. Thank you.
Built different. Built sneaky.
Yeah, the whole nat 20, nat 1 thing only applies for combat-related rolls.
Or flavor.
That's
Or
really
flavor.
fucking close for them. Oh my god. Kindling's claws out. Havelock got his daggers in hand. Jesus fuck.
You both of us fucking like booking it with the like speed of 1,000 winds.
Yes.
Just
Alright.
croc meat. It's like chicken apparently.
Oh yeah, crocodile jerky's so fucking good.
I've never had it. I'm not that,
We don't have
Alabamian.
crocs over here, Ed.
No, that is true.
Our biggest predator's the badger.
My my great uncle makes jerky for a living, and he lives in
Nice.
Florida.
Nice.
So, yeah, it's delicious.
You know, Peach, I'm not entirely surprised at that. And I
Yeah.
don't know
Yeah, I always thought you had like a little bit of like redneckness.
Ah,
Um,
oh, I have a lot, but
yeah, I know.
where
So okay, so who gets to me first? Kindling does.
no Havelock.
Havelock.
Oh, Locke, sorry. Locke does. Sorry.
Yeah.
So Havelock, how you gonna try to jump this croc?
Dab. Dagger. Going for a little
Oh my
face
god.
stab
This
right
is
in the
dangerous.
skull. Tom, do I need to make an attack roll?
Yes, but it would be with
Well-
advantage given the fact that he's not.
I think the
Okay.
Aki has
yeah.
a surprise round.
Yeah,
I would
it
have a surprise
does.
round. Aki will before she can get to me. He can get to me. Sorry. Aki will.
Gendering during Pride.
Sorry. It's because I will when she gets when he gets within. Because I keep thinking I'm talking about Anna, but I forget about it. Havelock's a dude.
Hey, Ed,
What?
roll me a d8.
Oh no, I'm scared. Is this how much like heterosexual damage I take?
It's your psychic damage.
Okay, 2. Thank you. I'll take 2 psychic damage.
This gift just makes me think of what Kinling and Havelock are doing running towards Aki.
So with it, by the time like Havelock gets within maybe like 15 feet of me, I've been sort of playing it this whole time. I'll suddenly snap back to life, turn around, bare my teeth, and like try to roar as loud as I can.
Intimidate.
That's intimidate, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, what do I roll to not be intimidated?
Well, it depends on the intimidation check that Ed does.
This is gonna be fun because do you want to know what I have for intimidate? My modifier is.
-1.
I think so. Yeah. Hold on. Why isn't shit loading? Hold on.
It's not-
Well, if you look at the Croc stats, it may give you.
No,
An
no, but
advantage.
I thought a specific thing with wild shape
You keep your charisma, but certain creatures have certain abilities.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Actually, yeah. Croc.
Well, does it have more than negative? Is yours more than -3? Because that's how much a Croc's got.
Oh, thank God. No, mine's -2. So.
-2, and yet Mev's all over you.
What do you mean?
Listen, she was all over Havelock. Clearly, she likes losers.
Ah,
Fucking rude.
it's a little different.
Havelock.
Rar.
I think the only way that could have been
Sounds
made.
like-
I think the only way that could have been made worse is if you said XD at the end of it.
I know.
Okay.
That was so perfect. I'm sorry.
Is Havelock still running?
Well,
Of course, there's fresh meat.
yeah.
Okay, then make if Tom isn't making you roll a DC for the intimidation.
7, no chance. There's no need for that.
Make a strength check,
Who?
Havelock, because I have my reaction
Yeah.
of the telekinetic shove.
19.
Oh yeah, that beats it. I'm sorry, Aki. Goodbye.
Yeah, that's that 4. At least I think. What's the AC of a crocodile again?
Actually, do I have a chance to basically, as soon as Havelock starts bearing down on me, just suddenly turn back into Aki and go, no.
I will say making it. Well, can you beat 23.14
On my
initiative? No, then you are going to take as your crocodile form. You are going to take 4 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
I'm
still in the croc form, aren't I?
Yeah. As Havelock just stabs down into your side with the dagger.
Aki.
Yeah. You do hear a great sort of like a really like a hiss of pain, and you've never seen a crocodile burst into tears before. It's a weird sight.
Oh god, no, there's crocodile tears. It's a narcissist. Run!
Yeah.
But oh my god, it literally is crocodile tears. Fuck. I just realized that. Aki, Aki, So the Aki dial, at that you literally see its eyes its eyes well up, and it starts like whimpering like a dog.
Oh, Aki.
Mevalair?
Mev goes to the crocodile.
Mevalair, why is it crying?
Is Aki gonna change back?
At all this and the stop of the action, Aki will slowly turn back into, will just start transforming back into himself, clutching his side.
I'm actually
Are
thinking
you
as well.
okay?
I'm actually thinking as well because Kinley's still charging. Kinley and Mev, can you both make a strength check quickly?
This is how
Strength check.
I'll die today. Oh god.
Okay.
Fucking
See?
finally.
Seeing this as the knife
Yeah,
is
like,
going down and killing, you see suddenly the specter of a very large man appear in front of you and just sort of like essentially just stops you. Valkyr skids back a few times. You just hear him go, no, 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 no. At this point, then, what's happening now happens.
Yeah, Aki.
Yeah.
Aki comes to, and you can see him. He has still got tears in his eyes. He's just going, ow. Okay, that was. Oh, that was so incredibly stupid. Why did I even do that? Oh, ow, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're okay. It's just a little nick.
And because I think it was a pretty big boo-boo, right? Like, because, have a look. What attack were you going for? Was it like a slash with a knife or like a stab?
That was a stab.
Okay, yeah. Aki probably will have, with crocodile skin, he probably would have a decent, like, maybe like half an inch, like, incision into his side.
Well,
if you changed back, the wild shape took all the damage.
yeah.
Let me do this for flavor. Okay, fine.
You'd still say that it hurt.
Oh, it's
but-
still sore, but the cut's not there.
Yeah. Aki, he's sort of like clutching it, expecting there to be like blood and a big gash, and like he's in a lot of pain. But he looks down, and it's like
he starts wailing dramatically, and Mev looks him over for everything. Then she goes,
basically
Yeah.
on the spot where like where the knife went in, you just see like a fairly decent bruise.
At your consistent wailing, she clicks her tongue and she slaps the bruise. You're fine.
No, I'm not. I'm definitely not now. That. Okay, lesson learned. No. The spur of the moment is not my forte. Ow.
It could have worked. If you were just a little bit scarier. What was that roar?
I don't know.
That was pathetic. Come on, you need acting lessons.
You think loud and brashness and bombast was something that was valued where I come from?
You never learned how to lie?
Well, yes, I was just never very good at it. I always had obvious tells. I was always told that you could always read if I was lying on my face. One side of my mouth would always curl up weirdly, and I tried to suppress it as much as I can.
She shakes her head, looks to Havelock and Kinling. There is no fish.
You see the most bottomest pleading face emoji look on Havelock's face as he says,
And yeah, Aki says,
me.
Aki says like, oh shit, that is why we went down to the river, wasn't it?
Mev looks at Aki. She bursts out laughing.
Yeah, and Aki just looks really like guilty and ashamed of himself.
Yeah, that is why we went.
At A, getting stabbed, and B, realizing that like I went to get something and never got it.
Going to the store to get some milk.
Bad.
So Aki says, you know what? Maybe they calm down a bit. I might have another go just quickly now on my own. I need to walk this off anyway.
Here, did you get any?
Do I look like I know how to use a fishing rod?
Yeah, you can't even touch him.
No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it without keyboards. So, Aki's going to sort of stand back up. Give Mev a jolly tap on a jolly tap on the arm. And like a nod and sort of a look of gratitude, and then we'll head back to the river by himself and try to see if he can get some fish.
Shit.
Insight?
Yeah, Mev stands up. Sorry, guys.
In my defense, I thought it would be a cool idea of essentially.
You've left.
No, I'm on my way out. And so like this was my fault. We ended up getting in a play fight in the water, and to explain why she was sopping wet, I would transform into a crocodile and say that she was actually wrestling me. And I didn't realize I would possibly end up getting filleted.
I thought it would be funny to kind of scare you.
Well, yes, I was just trying to be a bit more spontaneous and lively. Two mixed results.
Seems like what I said really offended you. She grins.
Yeah. And Aki just said, just like, I'm not quite sure you said so fucking much. And he will walk off.
Alright, looks like Kindling follows Aki.
Yay! Are we also going to have a play fight and a conversation about how we should fuck?
Fucking. I love Aki. You said so fucking much.
No, that's such a good response, actually. Yeah, like I don't know, God, fucking hell, yeah. So yeah, I'll just head back to the water. What does Kindling have for the acting head of the Aventory trading firm? He's like, Kindling, enjoying the evening, I suppose. I might be able to draw the water back if you were looking for a particular kind of fish to cook. You may have a better eye for it than I do. I just sort of see fish as fish, really. Oh, all right. So, like, you're sort of seeing how the dancing bear juggles his balls like in a menagerie.
Sure, Aki.
Menagerie, and Aki will put a bit of his rations on the end of the fishing line and on the hook, and we'll try fishing again.
Alright, text check.
Yay! Dexterity. Oh, Caitlin, you helping me? Oh, it's a You sometimes get them in larger towns, and they also maybe travel sometimes to smaller ones. It's sort of a traveling collection of rare and exotic animals that you can pay to go and see and observe and watch them paddle about. Well, without getting too philosophical about the nature of our relationship to the higher beings and whether we are simply players in a production of their making, acting out root examples, I don't know if we have that sort of performance-y kind of aspect to our existence. But then again, none of us can really know, can we? We don't know how the universe works. That's not quite what you asked, was it? Oh, then no.
Sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back.
And better
All's
than
good. It just
ever.
fell off the counter. Broke a little bit. Just a little.
What broke?
A glass.
Or was that a nice?
No, it was kind of like a shitty old one.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I mean, unless I'm sort of kidding. Like, I mean, unless we have people, watching us from afar and going, oh look, mummy, look, the ugly grey one and the short hairy one, they're talking to each other.
Achilles quite tall, isn't he?
Well, I was more talking about Mevelair, but
Fucking shots fired.
I didn't mean you. I'm sorry. I meant Mevelair. Oh, I forget you. No. I'd say I suppose if I was referring to you, I'd probably say the tall, feline-looking fellow. That make things better. I didn't mean you. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kindling. I should have been more considerate and present. I'm sorry. Yeah, how do I do? With an 18.
You are able to catch a couple of fish.
Are they some good ones?
Decently sized, yeah.
Okay.
Really, it was Mev distracting you.
Yeah, that that redheaded bitch is keeping me back.
Aki progressively turns into an incel over the campaign.
Oh,
What can I say, Mevelair? I'm just going my own way. It's
Chad Aki.
it's just a fact of existence upon the material plane.
We've talked about fucking anti-Aki. Oh god.
Oh, we have actually no. Anti-Aki is actually no. I thought Anti-Aki was sex addict surfer dude,
Yeah, exactly.
not an incel. Aki is
It can be an incel too.
what? He can be a sex addict and an incel.
Yes.
Yeah, you can. You'd be surprised.
Wait, I thought the whole point of being an incel is involuntary celibate. If you're having sex all the time, you're not celibate.
I'm not gonna get
You
into
can
this while
still
recording.
be an incel
Yeah, true.
and have sex.
That is true. Actually, you can have that fucking horrible mindset. Fair enough.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, and yeah, well, yeah, like Andrew Tate, who
exactly.
looks gay in every picture he's in, but
Ed, it's Pride. Can you not?
sorry. What my Aki's kind of going like he pulls up like maybe one or two on the same line and goes like, see, Not too bad. What do you make? What do you make of these? What do you make of these guppies? Kinley.
These guppies.
Will they do for us and our simple palates? Well, I suppose that's more your department. Do you need a hand filleting them and gutting them? I know, but there's always room for change and improvement. I don't. I like Havelock, I really do, but I'm not a fan of eating a mouthful of guts with every morsel. What? What's wrong with my stomach? I know I haven't made it. It's not quite as toned as it used to be. I haven't really had enough time to, cultivate it. But I. Oh right, I forgot. Not so much forgot. I tried to force it out of my brain as quick as I could. Oh yeah. God damn! It's fun when you have a scene with just the two straight men, with the two straight men in the comedy act together. Just so dry. Well, I suppose it's not something that I'm utterly happy with making light of so far. I may have suddenly saw my life, not to be too dramatic, but I kind of saw my life flash before my eyes a little bit when I saw that ravenous looking man bearing down on me. I thought he was going to have his way with me. It was terrifying.
Who, if ever here?
Yes, exactly. Well, yes. Do whatever he wanted to. Kill me, gut me, stick me in a stew, turn my feet into kebabs and skewers. Is that like a cooking method from Arizar or something? What does it mean to ravage a dish? Is it really, really, really heavily sauteed? Why? So someone can be ravaged by fear or embarrassment or happiness, or ravaged by someone who uses some sort of enthrallment magic to take them to take their senses and puppet them. Is that ravaging?
Aki has such fascinating ideas.
Ah, got it. So, I mean, eventually it would turn back into half orc bits, I will say. and I don't know how tasty half-orc jerky is, or how hardy a jerkin made of half-orc leather would be. Oh, thank the stars. Okay, good. So, I will. I think before I pull any shenaniganery of a similar description, I will let people know first. I don't want to go through that again, and that was not fun. Yes, let's. And with my bushel of fish, I will head back to the camp with kindling.
Alrighty. So, you make your way back to the camp, this time victorious with your catch.
Yay, yay.
And as such, a hearty meal is had by all. Oh, is there anything else anyone wants to do before your rolls for the night? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
No.
Okie dokie.
Actually, I want to just before the watch begins, and like the people not on the first watch. Wait, who's gonna take the first watch?
It's a good question, because Havelock fell asleep last night.
Yay.
Who's gonna be with who?
I mean, Aki always takes first watch, so.
Havelock, do you have anyone that you want to be with?
Not in particular. You can throw him wherever you guys want tonight.
Alright.
Oh, fucking hell. Is that. Ooh.
Who? I think I was with Aki last night.
I think you were. No, Mev. No. I thought Havelock was with Aki last night.
No, Havelock fell asleep and was with Fur.
Oh yeah, that was the night before, I think.
And then the Mev, because Mev embarrassed Kindling before she went to bed.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah. All right. She will stay with Kindling tonight.
Okay, so who's taking first watch with Aki?
Fur will.
Okay, cool. Before everyone quickly heads to bed, or especially like before Mev heads to bed, Aki's going to, as she turns around like to go to bed, we'll just quickly tap her on the shoulder.
Mm.
And when she swings, and then when she swings back around, you get a squeezy hug.
Oh, Mev hugs you back.
And it just
Oof.
yeah, and Aki just sort of like quietly just says, just wanted to thank you for you being you. See you tomorrow. And we'll head back to the fire.
She looks a little confused. But if that's all you leave it at, she'll go to bed.
Alrighty. Aki, do you have any conversation at all during that evening?
I mean, not unless initiated by Fur, no.
Alrighty, then make a perception check.
Yay! Do I have advantage?
Yeah.
Grand. Oh, and then +5, of course, because I have Fochen. I have Fochen this. So where is it? Sorry. Perception. 25, 30. Make that a 33.
All right.
Nice.
Think you can fucking see yet, Aki?
What?
Think you can fucking see?
I don't know. I need to get my eyes checked. I think I'm getting cataracts going in.
So the two of you begin your watch. The only thing of note that you hear is the sound of frogs in the distance.
Cute.
But beyond that, nothing. It's a relatively quiet area. And so your watch is uneventful.
Little frog boys. Okay, fair enough. Actually, is there a creature in D&D that are like evil killer frogs? No, bullets. No, slards, sorry.
Yeah.
Slards are giant evil frogs.
Yeah. You
We
fought
fought
once
one
in
of those.
campaign 1.
We did.
And it would have been really
Tom tried
bad.
to fucking poison me.
Yeah, it would have been
Yeah.
bad if the one that got infected or tried to get infected wasn't a paladin. Alrighty. So next up is Kindling and Mev.
Alright. Is Kindling going to talk to Mev while they have their watch? Will he be brave enough? If that's the case, I'm gonna peek in his head again.
Did
What
the
are you thinking?
And did the Meb Simp spot the hug from Aki?
Yeah.
Cat. 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 Cat.
Jesus. She's screaming at her.
Who is it? Is it Azalea?
Yeah, it's Azalea.
Guys, we have actual kindling sound effects today.
It's so great whenever he's free to turn his mic on.
Yeah, Mev has her head on her knees, just kind of watching you. She's gonna keep looking at you. You say anything?
Does she blink?
Of course she blinks,
Okay.
but what makes you think I'm planning something?
Is she saying this aloud?
Yeah, she is.
God, that's such a horrific invasion of privacy. What the fuck?
It wouldn't stop being an invasion of privacy if she said it in his head.
I know, but just the whole situation. Like, if this was a real fucking power, the amount of people who you probably would beat you up.
This is why Mev, like, turns it off around a lot of people.
Yeah.
You think I'm planning something? Should I be planning something? For Port Honor, I have a lot in mind. For you? Just curious. There could be a multitude of reasons I'm looking at you. Could just be because you're handsome. Tracking how you look. And why would I do that? Really? Is that why you look at people as long as you do without saying a word? What changes are you looking for when you're actually looking at the person? You're looking for body language. Yeah, you know, the way someone clenches their jaw or tightens their fists, how they stand a little straighter when they're feeling more confident. Body language. I have to do that a lot of the time with you. Your native tongue, you will. Why the stutter? She nods. You're taking this surprisingly well. Well, throughout the other night, I've made the reference to what you're thinking. Most people would be concerned with the invasion of privacy. You did, but most people say something like that and then I hear something they don't want me to hear. They get mad. And just what kind of things would you not love for me to hear? And she smiles. It seems a little bit like a bait question. Your worst thoughts. What, like you being aggressive? I think everyone has sort of mean thoughts like that. No, I think they do. I mean, as much as it feels like you might be the only one, people think all the time of, I don't know, like, God, I could just wring her neck, that kind of thing. Depends on the context and how serious it is. I think the only real time it becomes an issue is when they go through with it, or when they take calculated measures towards it. What do you mean? What's the opposite in this case? Then that's being impulsive, little reckless. But you can't really say it's malicious. I mean, I'm sure you thought of doing good things too, and haven't gone through with them. Or neutral things. Not necessarily. It could be something that was good for you and not anyone else, or good for someone else but not good for you. It really depends on the context. I could think that giving someone or buying someone lunch might be nice. But if I don't go through with it, who is it really hurting? Not really anyone. Realistically, the only certain thing that you could say about not doing something is living with the knowledge that you didn't do it. And that might make you proud in some context, and in other, it might make you regretful. She's gonna peer into his head again if he's gonna be quiet. She's gonna peer into his head again if he's gonna be quiet. What's he thinking about this? Yeah. She taps your shoulder. You know how I said yesterday that I think you're in your head? This is what I mean. You can just talk, kindling. Okay. I'm just here when you need to say it aloud. You know I don't bite unless you ask. She thinks about this for a second because you're very different from Aki or Havelock. Probably in the fight. Keep you going. No, that's Mev. You really think that biting would help you continue? Right. You're right. It would. She grins. It seems like she has another context to this. That you don't. Then again, I could just, smack you. That would upset you too. That's true. I did. She raises her hands up in surrender. Anyway, she smiles at you. You've got to have a subject to change it to. Languages. I do. I know the language of the void and the language of dreams. At least that's what it's called. Sure. The language of dreams, Kori. It's my native tongue. And she will speak for you in Kori. It's a very... When they say it's the language of dreams, it does sound very strange and ethereally dreamlike. Yep. What they said? I was explaining how I was kind of born knowing it. Did you know it's one of the rarest languages in the world? She nods. It's, from what I've been able to read about it, it seems to be passed down verbally from people who are in that culture. Funny, right? I imagine in the life that I had before, someone had to have taught me. Do you have questions about what I mean by that? Sure. I don't mind. I'll answer what I can. Not quite. Remember what I mentioned to you and Aki before about me being lost at sea, and I don't really remember anything beforehand? Well, I'm not the same person as I was before then. At least I don't think so. I had to start near completely new. I don't really know who I was, what I was. I could have had a completely different life. You're fine. You're always free to ask. Just like I'm free to answer. If that's it, though, we should probably pay attention. Don't you think? Alright, we'll roll perception checks.
Yep, make the perception rolls. My dog is getting very whiny for some reason.
Well, I have a +3. Alright, you can have the advantage then. Even though Mev is actively a distraction.
Alright, a 14. So, you begin your watch, sort of realizing that you've carved into a decent chunk of it already with conversation, but focusing on the task at hand at this point, you keep an eye and ear out, trying to make sure that nothing comes by. Nothing seems to show up in your watch. And everything seems to be fine.
Yay.
So,
We didn't kill anyone, hopefully.
hopefully. I guess the question there is, Havlov, do you want to roll with advantage or a straight roll since you're doubling up with Kurz?
My perception is at a 3. How is he?
His perception is a 2.
Let's take advantage. It's an 11.
And 11. Nice. So, the two of you begin your watch. Pretty much in silence the entire time. And with luck, because I'm aware we've also overstepped as well on it, so sort of abbreviating, you don't run into anything. Nothing appears to show up outside of, obviously, the smaller prey on the early morning hunt. But beyond that, your watch is uneventful. Everybody wakes up, ready for the next day. You have your meal, and before we call it good, I want the next person in line to roll a d8.
Havelock?
7.
That is.
Okay. So, as you set off on the start of the next day, that's what we're going to call it for this session.
Woohoo!
Whoa.
Wasn't that fun, guys?
Was actually, yeah. Pete, you must be so tired of talking now.
Yeah. Fucking. I already told Tom that my throat hurt today.
Oh gee, and yet you still talked all this time. The
Yep.
consequences of your actions.
Hey.
I got excited. Listen, Nate.
Mhm.
You like it when you take center stage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Aki got stabbed.
Fucking.
The boys were hungry for new meat.